Yo, mic check. Hello. 1 2 1 2. Hi everybody. There we go. We should be live. Yep. Good. Hello. Top Cat, how's it going, mate? Snowy, your mic. Hello. Shalom. J Bubs Pops. Number 5 spam. How's it going? Keith, ICH, J, Artoria. Tim, Amiga, Jamie, good evening. Good evening, good day. Mic check indeed. Snowy, Rob, yo. What up, people? Oh wow, that's magnetic. Ha! Not here for long. No worries, mate. No dramas. Let me just get this in focus. There we go. No, not daily streams, mate, no. Just whenever I can be bothered, to be honest. How's it going, mate? Alexa? No, not you, Alexa. Adzino, Ali, John, Daniel, Glider, Michael. Drinking cheap wine. Nice. That's the way to do it. Evening sexy hands. What the fuck? What the? David, is it your flux? Is it lead or lead free? I don't know. Lead free it should be. I don't think you get leaded flux. My go-to alcohol. I don't drink, mate. I don't drink alcohol. Yeah, changing more SSD chips on that board. Yeah, I'm going to replace 2 more tonight. Good, thanks, Crash and Burn. How are you, Beverly? Hope you're well. Groovy, Max, PM, Sam, Matthew. Go-to fizzy drink? Probably Red Bull. Yeah, I drink a lot of Red Bull. I don't drink any alcohol, really. I mean, I have the odd drink. I'll have like a pint of lager here and there, but I don't really care for alcohol, to be honest. I think I've got better money to spend, better things to spend my money on, to be honest. Is YouTube the place to be? Well, YouTube or Twitch, it doesn't really matter. It's all the same feed. There's a lot more people in YouTube. Or on YouTube, should I say. Yeah, there'll be a lot more people on YouTube, but... Oh yeah, by the way, how do you get money from Prime subs? So for anyone who subs on Prime, I just get like $2.50. Good evening, Yoma. Tech and such. Teza. Zero amp draw. Could be your fuel gauge, mate. Yeah, so basically, anyone who subs on Prime, I'll just get like, I think it's $2.50. I'm not 100% sure. It might be $2, but it helps. It all helps. I'm just going to get these SSD chips off because I need to try and replace these other 2 chips. Well, I'll say try, I will replace them. Replace these other 2 chips that are on Carlos's board. See if I can get it working. I've planned for the next 8 months or sub each month. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Kempe, Spitfire, Archie, Lee, Bit of lag on the microscope. I'll sort that out in a minute. Thank you, Wilshay. Really appreciate it. Yeah, bit of lag on the microscope. I will sort it in a minute. Alright, there's one. Two. Cool. I would say thank you, number 5 spam, but if you've inherited money, I'm really sorry for your loss, mate. If you've inherited money, that must mean you've lost someone, surely, and that's never good. I'm sorry to hear that if that's the case. Please always take care. I'll try. I do try. Jeff, good evening, mate. Who else we got? Martin, Matthew. Welcome to my 250. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. Right, let me just sort this lag out real quick. Yeah, so anyone who does sub with Prime, it does help. It's not a lot of money per person, but when you get like a few hundred people subscribing with Prime and whatnot, it does add up and it does massively help. Right. Who that? Hey, WC. Thank you, WC. I really appreciate that, mate. Thank you, bud. So you've been about piracy, jail sentence. Can't believe you got more time than an actual serious sex offender. Yeah. That is fucked up. But you know what? It was my own fault. I'm not going to blame anyone but myself for my past. It like at the end of the day, you reap what you sow. Probably deserved it. The amount of stuff I've got away with in the past, I probably deserved some prison time. But it is what it is. Oh well. Sniper_15 cheers gets 21. Thank you, Sniper. Right. So, yeah, basically what I'm going to be doing with this is just reboarding these 2 chips ready, and then, well, hopefully it only needs 1. But if it needs 2, it needs 2. Hopefully it only needs 1, though, and then I'll have 1 spare. But I might as well reboard them both at the same time just to potentially save a bit of time. Yeah, I've come a long way since, since the, I'd say good old days, but really it wasn't, was it? I have come a long ways. I've the way I used to think, the way I used to act, the way I used to behave, like, always thinking I was always entitled to everything myself, and like the world owed me a favour sort of thing. Like, it's not a healthy way to live, I must admit. Do I make much off YouTube? I make enough. I make it enough. I've got other sources of revenue. YouTube isn't the only source of income. You should never rely on YouTube. In fact, revenue has dropped on YouTube recently, so And obviously, I'll never get into actual numbers because, well, that's personal. But you know, I'll make enough. I make enough to pay the majority of my bills off YouTube. 3 streams in a row. Yeah. More to the point, Jessica. Why are you talking to your ex? Their ex is for a reason. Tell them to fuck off. No, that's not true because I'm friends with some exes. Greetings. Thank you, Term Killer. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you, Jeff, you legend. Really appreciate you, buddy. So that sort of stuff really helps as well, like gifted subs and things like that. Doing something you enjoy is its own reward. I agree. I'm not going to repeat that, Spanner. I'm not going to repeat that, dude. Oh, by the way, Spanner, I still need to sort out the postage to get your board back to you, mate. Unless you just want to send me a postage label. It's up to you. Just do a postage. If you want to send just a postage label, just do it to drop off at the post office. Hi, everybody. How's it going, Beticus? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Right. I just need to clean my stencil because I haven't used it since last night. How's it going, Paul? Luke? Why not? Dids? Guru? Bob? Sorry if I missed anyone. I don't have access to a mouse to scroll up. I really need to get my wireless mouse hooked up over here with a mouse mat and crap. Soxrican. How fit is my ex? That is a dangerous question, my friend. And I have a feeling Sarah is probably watching, so I will decline to answer. You know what? Everyone thinks their ex is good looking until the moment they split up with them. No, he butters anyway. Martin, Andrew, I always miss you, mate. Modificator, next PS5. Now, we're working on this for Carlos. It's come from the... Carlos, are you in the US? I think you are, aren't you? You're in the US, right? Trying to get to this 101265 error code. Like, trying to get to the bottom of this 101265 error code. The more devices I get in with this particular error code, obviously the better it is because I can try different things on different devices and shit like that. Your ex was 8? That's a bit weird. Sorry, dude, I couldn't help it. It's just the way that you worded that then. I'm sorry, mate. Oh, dear. Thank you, Mr. 5. Right. Oh, looks don't mean shit, mate. I've been with good-looking girls. I've been with less good-looking girls, and looks don't mean a damn thing. All that matters to me is, are they faithful, and are they going to actually respect me? If there's one thing I absolutely hate, it's being unfaithful. Like, I've been cheated on. I've never cheated on anyone, but it is a pet hate of mine. Like hearing people going on about cheating and shit like that. Like, well, I've had people brag to me about cheating and shit, and I'm just like, why are you telling me this shit? Like, fuck off. You got no respect from me for cheating. Alright, there we go. There's the first one done. Well, sort of. Still need to flow it. It's fine at the moment. I'll reflow it in a second once I've done the other one. That's what I'm married and want at. Oh. I hope she don't hear you say that. Came from YouTube. Thank you, Max. Welcome. Did you get my Discord PM? I did, but I can't remember what he said now. Hang on. Oh, yeah. It was the screenshots, that was it. I can't read whispers, mate, at the minute. I don't have a mouse in front of me. Any repairs do need to be directed through the website, though, mate. What are the symptoms of this PS5? It's got an error code when we try to install the reinstallation file. It's 101265 error code, saying that the update file is corrupt. So basically we're just trying to replace some of the SSD chips to try and fix it. Damn it. God damn it. Just fucking things keep rolling off. It's because the stencil's not level. Hey, 10 months. We could have made a baby together. It's hard to fix PS5 or Series X. They're about the same. It just depends on the issue, really. They've both got their issues, and they've both got problems that we don't know the answer to. The Xbox Series X, though, has got schematics, which does make things a little bit easier sometimes. You know, schematics can make things easier. The plus side about the Series X is the SSD is easier to repair. Or, well, SSD faults are easier to repair than on the PS5. Nicholas, 18 months. Nice. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you. Right, let's just flow these down. Just need to add a bit of flux. Dylan, thought you were in Spanish, but you did. Ha! Hands-free device for a motorcycle just needs a USB socket. I'll do USB ports as long as I can get hold of a working port. Yeah. Get hold of a compatible port, so you're not working. Of course, the port's going to work. It'll be brand new. Yeah. So I'd do it, assuming I can get hold of a port. But all repairs do need to be directed through the website. Just because otherwise it just makes it impossible to keep track of them and actually get in touch with customers and stuff. And then I end up with cases like I've had today, where I've had a PS4 Pro for 4 months and I couldn't find the owner to it until today. Not because it wasn't booked in, but because it wasn't booked in with a serial number. And there was no paperwork inside the box, so I didn't know anyone. Didn't know who had sent it, sort of thing. Spanner at £2. D curtains matcha drapes. Carry on giving me your money, you might find out. Take a bit more than £2 though, mate. Oh dear. Oh shit, I've still got that PS5 on the website. Balls. No, that PS5 is not for sale. I mean, granted, I could just make another one. I'd just buy a console, but that's not the point. Products. There you go. Thanks for that, mate. I appreciate you pointing that out too, mate. That would have been funny, wouldn't it? If someone had fucking bought it. Yeah, no, that's not for sale anymore. Never mind. I'd have just made one. If that would have happened, I'd have just sourced a PS5 from somewhere, bought the plates and made one. Like, if someone would have bought that. But there's the SSD. Just there. Someone smarter than me needs to hack it as well, mate. I agree. Right, so this is Carlos's board. Thank you, Spanner. Appreciate you, dude. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I've left the fucking screwdriver in the house. I was using it earlier to change the blades on my drone. Ah, bollocks. Right. I'm going to have to go and grab my screwdriver. Give me 2 minutes, guys. I'll be back. Been a while, but I'm still a male pregnant. Huh? Huh. Okay. Bit strange. Back in a minute. Yo. Did the warp get better? We're about to find out, mate. It's been inside this frame and turned on all night. Yeah, because you're old and posh, Luke. That's why. I'm really not a genius, Jay, but thank you. Would I recommend a PS5 or original or Slim? I haven't worked on the Slim yet, so I don't know, mate. Joey Does Tech has sent me one, though. I received it today, so massive thank you to Joey. I'm going to be doing a video very soon on that. Yes, that warp has got better, buddy. That warp has got a little bit better. So basically, for anyone that wasn't here last night, Carlos, who's in the chat, sent this PS5 from the States, and on the way it somehow got bent and warped. So last night it was like really, really bold. At the minute it's not too bad. I mean, it's still warped, like, and it's probably always going to be warped, but at least it's getting better. But that's a bit better than it was. So yeah. So last night on this, I replaced the secondary RAM, and I also replaced that SSD chip, neither of which fixed the issue. So we're going to try replacing these two RAM chips. The reason I'm going for these specific, sorry, not RAM chips, SSD chips. The reason I'm going for these specific chips is because these are the only ones that are replaceable. That one and those two are paired to the board. So, yeah, that's a thing. No progress at all, mate. It's unfortunately not looking good. Not looking good at all. I assume you mean that PS4, right? I think I might have to send it back to you as unfixed, to be honest with you. So I'll go for this one for no particular reason other than it's just one of the only other two that I can replace. So I'm replacing these one at a time because obviously the amount that I actually replace affects the price because of the cost of them. The one I did the other day, that I did replace 3 SSD chips on to get it working, that's gone back today. The invoice got paid this morning, it went back out this afternoon. So the invoice got paid at lunchtime rather. So that's gone back out today. Hopefully the customer don't have any other problems. But didn't you successfully replace a whole set of SSD chips already earlier? On a different console, mate. This one's a completely different console with the same fault. Well, similar fault. Yeah, this one's a similar but not quite the same fault. It's new that these chips are married to the system. No, we've always known. We've always known that 3 of them are married to the system. Alright. Pin 1 indicator, top right. So that's there. No, no one really sends me retro. People send me PS3s occasionally, but I keep telling people not to. I am going to be offering PS3 repairs eventually, but I'm not ready for them. First time I'm not 3 hours late. No, just half an hour. How's it going, Technic? I mean, I don't mind what I work on really, as long as I can get the job done and as long as I get paid. I don't really care. As long as people are willing to pay my prices. Here's the problem with some of the older stuff: like people don't want to pay the. Is that lagging? A little bit. People don't want to pay the prices, but the thing is, like, even if devices get cheaper, Labour doesn't, and in fact, it's quite the opposite. Labour gets more expensive. obviously, you know, with inflation and all of that stuff. Like, so people also contact you and they say, oh yeah, can you fix this SNES for me? And you're like, yeah, that'll be like 50 quid or 60 quid. I can buy another one for 70. Yeah, well, that's just the nature of the beast, my friend. Labour doesn't get cheaper, it gets more expensive. Like, people don't seem to understand that, and they just think that you're doing it just to try and rip them off, but it's not that. Like, I'm not going to work on, for example, a SNES and charge 20 quid because I can work on, at the same time, I can work in the same amount of time, I can fix a PS5 and charge 60 quid. Like, it's just one of those problems. I'm going to launch the PS5 and the VR2. The PSVR gives me too many devices connected. I don't know, mate. I don't know. I've never worked on a PSVR apart from once. I think it was just a cable issue, unfortunately. Also with you for a long time. Yeah, 17 months, mate. I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. Yeah, it's quite the opposite. Labour gets more expensive, but people don't seem to understand that. And they don't understand that you're not doing it to try and rip them off. You're doing it because you've got to try and balance like the amount, like the time that it takes me. Even if I haven't got another repair in, like I could have no repairs in, and then I'll just be like, right, well, okay, I've got some free time, whatever. Like, it's not a case of like, oh yeah, you're going to lose money. Like, I could do this repair when I've got nothing else to do, but because that's my downtime. And people just don't seem to understand that. It's just one of them things. Good evening, beautiful people. Changing a fuse on a Toshiba satellite from 1997. That would come under my 40 quid bench fee, mate. Like, even just a fuse, like I've got to have a minimum fee to make it worthwhile to me. So that would come under my 40 quid bench fee. If it's simple stuff like that, I'll just charge a flat fee, 40 quid. We have to have at least some kind of cut off of where you say, like, right, this is my minimum fee, this is the minimum I'm willing to work for, sort of thing. It's still going to take me, you know, near on an hour. Strip it down, replace the fuse, put it all back together. You know, the admin that comes with it, all of that sort of stuff. Like, it's just, yeah, it's one of them. Where did I put everything? There it is. Yeah, it's still going to take near on an hour to do because you got to actually strip it down. You got to do the admin work, all the posting and all of that sort of stuff, and warranty and all that sort of shit. I'm good, thanks, B. How are you? Also hasn't got the data, yeah. And yeah, they are paying for time and experience, yeah. Yeah, I'm good, thanks, T. I hope you're well, mate. They are paying for time and experience, but the thing is, like, it's not just time and experience. It's the electricity costs. I've got to pay tax. I've got to pay, you know, rent on the property. I've got to pay for consumables like flux and solder and all of that sort of stuff. Upkeep of equipment, and yeah, there's loads of things that come into it that you don't see. You know, like when you're watching it on, for example, a video, like you don't see the added costs of like the consumables and like the fact that I've got to pay tax on my income and all of that sort of shit. And it's like, do you really want to get out of bed for 20 quid? Sort of thing. Like, it's just one of them things. What would I rather work on, PS or Xbox? It doesn't bother me, mate, to be honest. Yeah, my tools weren't cheap either, and neither was the knowledge to actually do this stuff. Like, it cost me a lot of money to learn. Like, as with everyone, it does. Right. Is that turning on? I don't know, because I haven't got an LED plugged in. Apparently so. Apparently so. No such thing as a free dinner. Yeah. If it don't come free, definitely not. Just realised YouTube is live too. Would you recommend a digital magnifier? I've never used one, mate, so I'm not sure. No, don't send me a PSP. They're a pain in the arse. Xbox at least has official docks. Yeah, but they've all got the quirks. Oh, digital microscope. It really depends. I'm kind of on the fence about that because I think optical you're going to get a much better experience. You've got depth of field with optical, where it's all just flat 2D bullshit with digital microscopes. If you can afford optical, go for optical and get used to an optical one. If not, then you can get a digital microscope. They are good. They will certainly do the job, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I prefer optical personally. What's the damage on an optical typically? Well, if you're looking to get a camera with it, no, corrupted. If you're looking to get a camera with it, you're looking at probably £500-600. If you're not looking to get a camera with it, you're looking about £200-300 typically. Yeah, it's changed a hell of a lot. Yeah, it has changed a hell of a lot. Yeah, once if you've been used to a digital microscope and you switch from digital to optical, it's just a world of difference. Like it's a world apart on how different it actually is. Anyone got an AD link? I can get you one later on. Yeah, it's just a world of difference on digital to optical. Like once you take that step up, like honestly, it really does up your game. No worries, Will. I'll try and find you one later on, buddy. Right, well that hasn't worked. That failed. Hey, Retro. Thank you, Retro. Welcome to all of your viewers. If you don't know me, I am an electronics technician. No, I am. I'm an electronics technician. I do micro soldering, component level repair. We're working on a PS5 at the minute. That won't update. Welcome to your viewers. Thank you, Retro. Really appreciate the support, buddy. Hope you had a good stream. Any more TV vids? Not if I value my knuckles. If you don't know, I'm streaming on YouTube as well as Twitch. Check me out. Just search for TheCod3r on YouTube. Near enough at 100k, so I would really appreciate it for anyone that's not subscribed on YouTube to just go and check it out. Yeah, I've always been under the I've always had the opinion of if your employer won't buy you the tools you need, then he clearly don't value you enough. If I had employees, if I was working from a store, like my old repair. Well, not saying my old repair shop. The repair shop I used to work at, before COVID. But we never had a fume extractor. He wouldn't buy a fume extractor. He wouldn't buy a decent microscope. I had to bring my own. Wouldn't buy a decent soldering iron or hot air gun or anything like that. It was all just basic equipment. And I was like, you know what? The freaking hell am I doing using this equipment? Why am I putting not only my life but my reputation in jeopardy as well by using shitty equipment? Like he had a gas soldering iron sat in his cupboard, which I obviously refused to use. But he had a gas soldering iron in his cupboard. Like, what the hell? Hey, 4K with a 180D lens. Yeah, mine's screwed though. Look, there's a big spot in the left-hand corner there. I dropped it before I even installed the damn thing. couldn't repair that RTX 3080. I will not let go of that easy. Fair play, mate. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Keep trying, mate. I've got a 2080 to repair at some point. Someone gifted it to the channel. I really need to get to it at some point, but I bought a motherboard the other day as faulty. I was really annoyed. I bought a motherboard as faulty to fix for a video, and it freaking worked. I was not happy. I mean, granted, I was using the motherboard to build a PC for my son for Christmas. You know, I was going to buy it as faulty, fix it for a video, and then use it in a build for my son. I bought a 3060 Ti, and I had an 11500 CPU, i5 11500, and I was going to put it into a build for him as, you know, like a, well, not even really an entry-level gaming PC. It's fairly decent spec, really, like i5 10500. You know, especially for a kid who just plays Minecraft and Fortnite. But the motherboard worked. I was gutted. That SSD looks bad. It all looked pretty rough, to be fair, but it's had a lot of flux around it and stuff. We've already replaced 2 SSD chips on this thing. I'm really hoping it works with this one, because the other 3 that are on the board are paired to the board, so I can't replace the other 3. That's the problem. But the other 3 are literally unreplaceable. Are the articulated arms easy to fit? Yeah, they're really easy, mate. Just literally bolt it all together, pretty much. Yeah, they're not difficult at all, buddy. Yeah, so if anyone's wondering, the reason that I'm doing this is because I had one with a similar fault the other day. You know, like 2 nights ago or whatever, and I did manage to fix it once I'd replaced 3 of the SSD chips. But it was all 3 that I had to replace in the end to get it working, which was a bit of a shame, but it is what it is, I suppose. Right, here's one I made earlier. Pin 1, top right. Yeah, so I did have one the other day which was successful by doing this. So basically, this won't update it. It keeps saying that the file is corrupt. It's probably not the SSD, to be honest, because it wasn't quite the same issue the other day. It just kept crashing and rebooting when it was trying to update the other day. That was it. It wasn't exactly the same fault. It's just the fact that we don't know what the solution is to actually fixing this issue. If this don't work, I could try replacing the SSD controller. I just really want to get to the bottom of actually fixing this issue, because it's one that's been plaguing us all for a long time. Right? And no one's able to get to the bottom of it. So it's nice to be. It'd be nice to be able to get to the bottom of it, so you can move your mind. Yeah, they're a pain in the ass. Have the same UART error you had last night, but it's not the issue. You'll go to the database too. No short to ground on mine. It's not really a be all and end all. It's normally just a guide. It can be different things. It might be a short somewhere else on that rail. It's not. The microscope sensor's actually damaged. I dropped it when I first bought it. It's actually damaged, but I'm not gonna, like, it's not damaged to a point where it's going to affect the display or anything. So I'm not gonna replace it just for that little spec. No trace pad damage. No, none at all, mate. Well, there was one chip, like this one chip here had 4 pads missing because of that warping, but it wasn't an issue because there was all non-connected pads. They were all non-connected pads. This is going to suck if I can't get this working because Carlos is in the States, and obviously getting his board back to him is going to be costly. Oh no, no other trace damage, no. Not from what I've seen anyway, I didn't notice any. I didn't replace the SSD controller on this one. I replaced the secondary RAM. I've replaced the secondary RAM and now all 3 SSD chips which are able to be replaced. I haven't replaced the SSD controller yet. It's been reflowed, but not by me. Knuckle Spec had me cleaning my screen for ages. How's it going, MHP? Yeah, I'm kind of coming up empty-handed myself, Nate, to be honest. You got the JC programmer, but that's not specifically designed for these SSDs. I'm not sure if you can actually get one. I would love to buy one. It's just finding the right one that's going to work with these SSDs, because there's going to come a point where we're going to need to be replacing these SSDs completely. We need a solution for that. We need to be able to clone those security keys. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it, mate. Can you dump the SSD and rewrite the dump to a new one? Yeah, exactly that. We're struggling to find a tool that's able to dump it. And I don't want to be spending stupid amounts of money on it. This is a problem. I don't want to spend stupid amounts of money on it because it's not going to... Well, it's going to take quite a while to pay for itself, sort of thing. It's going to take quite a while to get the ROI on it before you even break even, right? So I don't want to pay silly amounts of money for it, but at the same time, we do need something. I think I've got some digital boards, Carlos. Maybe, I'm not sure. We can talk about that though, if it comes to a point where I'm not able to fix it, mate. We can potentially talk about that, but I'm almost sure I've got some digital boards. That's a good sign. The fact that it turns on. See, I don't think these SSD chips have actually failed. I don't think they're actually faulty. I think that the SSD chips are just, well, just corrupt, basically. You know, when they're failing where it's still turning on. Like, for example, that one I did the other day, I don't think the 3 SSD chips that I took off were actually faulty. Oh, my balls have dropped. Damn it. I need them. I haven't got many. Actually, I have. I've bought some more, but I can't fucking find them. I bought 3 packs of them. 3 tubs of them. I can't find them. It's a good job I use these balls for reboarding manually, isn't it? Oh, I'll collect them up in a minute. It'll be alright. Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking, BC. Yeah, he wouldn't turn on at all, surely. Z3X Pro Boxable Clone NAND chip, will it? I've never heard of that, mate. I'm definitely interested in, you know, potentially buying a cloning tool that's able to read these specific chips for the PS5. But I don't just want it to read PS5 chips. I don't want it to be limited to PS5. I want it to be able to do everything, realistically. Just make digital board to disk drive when you've done it before. No, I haven't. No, I haven't, mate. It's not possible. That's not possible. I've done disk to digital, but digital to disk isn't possible. Because you've got to have the APU keys. You'd need the APU with it. So for that to be a thing, I'd have to put this APU onto a working board. But I'd rather just get to the bottom of it. I'm sure I could find a digital board that I could part exchange for with Carlos. But obviously, transferring an APU to a disk edition board, to a working board, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot because you're wasting a board. That's only the case really when you need to do data recovery. I'll have to look into that. Wayne, let me have a look. I'll just load up AliExpress real quick. Any headway on the series SSDs dying and being able to replace them? We've started running into that failure. You can replace them, but you need a cloning tool. And you need the drive to actually be readable on the cloning tool. Oh. No, not working. Right, okay. Well, the other option is going to be to replace the SSD controller. I guess that's not the issue. How's it going, Tariq? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Paul, how you doing? If PS5 loose but still works, what do you mean, mate? Oh, the HDMI port. Would you keep the console? What do you mean there, mate? I'm not sure. Yeah, the thumb drive. The thumb drive is absolutely fine. The thumb drive is perfectly fine. The update file, I update it weekly. Granted, I haven't updated it for the past week. I've neglected it a little bit, but the USB drive is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's actually coming for this issue, so yeah. Good to hear, Paul. Good to hear, mate. Yeah, this is the issue that it's actually coming for. So it looks like it's corrupting while it's copying over, which is weird. So the SSD controller has been reflowed, but it hasn't been replaced on this. So I'm going to replace it. Obviously, Carlos is clearly not going to be paying for the SSD swap because, well, it hasn't fixed the issue, right? So obviously he's only going to end up paying for whatever fixes the issue. I really want to get to the bottom of this. This is a problem, but the problem is you can't really spend that much time every night on it. Like it's one of those things. Unless the update file doesn't match the system. No, it's the latest version. Well, the version that's on this console at the minute is 7 point something, and the version that I've got on the USB is 8.2. But no, it's nothing to do with the update file. The update file is absolutely fine. I used it yesterday. I know that the update file is fine, but I don't need to question that. I haven't got the latest version of the update on there because there is a small revision. So it goes from 8.2 to 8.2.02 or something. Like I haven't fully kept it up to date, but it's only been like a week or so since I installed since I copied the update file over, and it definitely works. But this is the reason that it's been sent. Like, the entire reason this has been sent is for that issue. So I don't even really need to be questioning the USB file. Yeah, I know, I'm cleaning up the magnet, mate, yeah. I know. Doesn't have to be perfectly clean. Right, there's an SSD controller. So this SSD controller actually come off that other board I worked on. So basically, I did one yesterday, and I changed the SSD controller first, and it didn't fix the issue. So I think the SSD controller that was on it is absolutely fine. So I'm going to use that one. Good, thanks, Hector. How are you, mate? Coffee time. Is an SSD controller interchangeable between Samsung and Toshiba? Yes, the SSD controller will work with any SSD. It's a custom SSD controller, so I assume Sony have just made it so as it works with several different chips, several different manufacturer brands. Because the SSDs, the pinout on them are exactly the same anyway. But yeah, the SSD controller is interchangeable. It's all one unit. Why has that blocked that message? What are you doing, AutoMod? Can one of the mods on Twitch allow that message? Don't know why it's blocked it. Sick of e-balling, it's all I've been doing lately. My fume extractor's not working either. Just haven't had time to look into it. Right, that will do it. Ow. That's hot. Typical, typical though. I got bits on these now because they all fell on the desk. Hang on, I'm not wasting them. No way. I can pick the bits out. I don't like waste. There's always some that don't want to sit inside the holes, isn't there? You have to sit there and do them manually. It's so freaking annoying. How's it going, Major Setback? Evening, Antos. It is super annoying having to fill in these balls because it's just time consuming, but you know, sometimes they just don't always go in. There we go. Right, let's gather up these remaining balls, drop them back in the tub. There we go. Do you ever try solder paste? I do sometimes, but I prefer to use solder balls. If I haven't got any solder paste, I'll use solder balls. I'll use paste, but I prefer to use balls. It's just, it gives a more uniform result. In fact, it's more of a guaranteed result with solder balls. Like with solder paste, you can get the odd ball that's off, and you know the one ball in the wrong place being off can be the difference between it working and not working. So whenever possible, I do prefer to use paste. Damn it, fucking tweezers just slipped. But when you've got a chip this size as well, the chances of having uneven solder balls is going to be much higher than a chip of, like, for example, an SSD or something like that. Never used to put them back in the tub. Does it make a difference? What do you mean, buddy? When you say cross-changed between SSD chips, what do you mean? Because I don't log which board these come from in terms of chips, and I've never had an issue.
Just resubscribed for 6 months. Solder balls. You used to say they'd be contaminated by the flux.
Yeah, I just don't care anymore. Thank you, dude. I mean, yeah, that can, like, if I'm doing a reball manually, without a stencil, I won't put them back. If I'm doing a reball with a stencil, they don't really get contaminated by the flux, so I don't put them back. So I don't worry, and I'll just put them back. But in this case, because I'm using a stencil, it doesn't matter. But the amount of flux that's on the board, on the chip, as I'm placing the balls down, is minimal. So, like, it's a very, very thin layer, right? So it doesn't hurt to put the balls back in the tub. Ian, 18 months. Easier to tighten up on the PC. Ha! How's it going, Evie Pet? All the same, but different location on the board. Would that work? What do you mean? Wait. When you're talking about mixing chips and SSD controllers, are you talking you're putting mixed chips on the board, as in like a mixture between Toshiba and Samsung chips? Because yeah, no, that won't work. They've got different address values. So if you put, like, for example, 4 Toshiba chips and 2 Samsung chips or whatever, look, that's not going to work. If you mean just switching, like switching the SSD controller between boards that have got a Samsung chip on and Samsung chips on and Toshiba chips, that will work. Like you can't mix and match SSD chips because they've got different address values. So that's never going to work. If that's what you mean, I apologise for the confusion. I also apologise for having a ball missing. But the problem is the SSD chips are going to have different address values. So yeah, you can't mix and match chips. And as I say, the focus, it keeps expanding. So suspecting more issues with the paste sticking to the stencil. No, so like the paste, like using paste is fine. It's just like if you've got one random ball that's a different size because you haven't got enough paste in it, or you've got too much paste in that particular spot, like that can cause an issue. Whereas, for example, the solder balls, like these are all the same size regardless. Like they're all 0.5mm, so they're never going to be uneven. They're always going to be uniform, and that's why I prefer to use solder balls rather than paste. You can use paste, obviously. It's just it is definitely more reliable to use solder balls, in my opinion. No, Andrew, you can't not mix ICs with different locations. Oh, you'd have to format it. If you're changing the ICs, you've got to format it anyway. So no, that don't make a difference. Like those chips I took off that board today, I don't have a clue which location they come from. They come from the completely wrong location. No, you can have it. You can have it. Like it doesn't make a difference because it's going to format the chip anyway. How's it going, Ellis? Oh, no worries. Check back. Yeah, like the location of the chip. I don't know where people got that from. That was. I know that was circulating. That made a difference, but no, that don't. If you put in the chips back, like let's say for example, I took all 6 chips off for whatever reason, then yes, location absolutely does matter. Because the RAID configuration which is stored needs to know where certain files are. So yeah, that absolutely does matter. But if you're replacing it to replace it, then you've got to format it anyway, so it doesn't make a difference where it comes from. Obviously, you can buy brand new chips and put a brand new chip on, and that's never been on a PS5 before. So, yeah. It depends on the situation. Cool, DJ. How's it going? The ones from McDonald's just taste better. Oh, dear. Right, well, if this don't work, I don't know what will. Right, that case chip needs flux because it is a replaced chip. It's got leaded solder balls on it. Charge one of my phone's product would be okay using IPA to clean it, or does it have to be 99? I would recommend 99, but if you've only got 75, it will be fine. It might not charge for an hour afterwards or so if it detects moisture in the port, but yeah, 75 will be fine. Normally, if I'm just cleaning a port out, for example, on my own phone or something, I'll just get it under the microscope and use tweezers. I did it on my brother's phone a couple of weeks ago. I must have found a spliff's worth of weed inside it. I'm not even joking. Like, genuinely, I must have found at least a spliff's worth of weed inside. It's unbelievable. I really hope this works. Funnily enough, though, the 101265 error code, that did fix the SSD controller was at fault on one that I've had in the past. I've got a couple more in with the 101265 error codes though. Like, this is a major issue, and it's just starting to show itself in a way that, like, where it's it's started to become a regular occurrence. PS5 SSD controller, yeah. Unfortunately, replacing the SSD didn't work. This is the problem with things like this, though, is we're just guessing. At the end of the day, there's no... I don't think there's any definitive solution to this, and no real way to know. Because the chip, it's not like the chips are not working. It's not like they're short. It's not like they're bad. They're just not working as they should. Yeah, it just took a little bit longer to surface, Alice. Should we talk about the new GTA to annoy Phil? You won't annoy me. I just don't understand the hype. I don't understand why people are getting so excited. It's just a commercial, dear. It's just a commercial. I'm reading YouTube as well. It's just concentrating on YouTube, Twitch, and doing the repair. Like, my main concentration has to be the task in hand. Like, I have to prioritise the work over the stream, because if I fuck up, well, I owe the customer board, sort of thing. I mean, in this case, this board is fucking screwed. Like, this board's had some hell of rework now. So the SSD basically completely replaced, including the controller. But this will be the last thing I'm doing on this tonight. If this don't work, I'm not spending any more time on this tonight, because I do have other things I need to do. I have got other work I need to get on with. I can't spend silly amounts of time. I don't mind coming back to it, but I can't spend silly amounts of time, you know, without actually doing something else in between. I don't mind coming back to it at a later date. But yeah, where is the cat? The cats don't come in here now, to be honest, mate. They're not really going out at all at the minute because of the weather. Like it's constantly raining, constantly cold. Like they don't really go out in this weather. They tend to stay in and just sleep all bloody day. But yeah, I am reading YouTube chat as well, but I have to prioritise what I'm doing. Like I cannot prioritise the chat over the repair. So like I'll just glance up here and there to read chat and stuff. So if you do say something to me, I'm not ignoring you. Just if I don't respond, just type it again. If it's a question or you want me to read it, just type it again. Don't spam it, but just type it again, sort of thing. I don't spam it every 30 seconds because I don't glance up every 30 seconds. But yeah, if I'm doing something like doing a reball, I'm focusing on that reball. I'm focusing on changing that chip. Like I'm not focusing on the chat as much as typical streamers would. Yeah, so this is why I think that SSD chip was working, because look, it's turning on with that SSD chip, SSD controller. But yeah, I do read chat. It's just I only read chat in between doing things. You know, adopted a cat recently. He's too cute. He's also mute. Oh, bless it. My cat Milo hasn't long started to develop his meow. No, Ghost, and we don't discuss that anyway. We don't discuss any kind of security circumvention, unfortunately. That is a big bush. Yeah, we don't discuss any kind of security circumvention. It is against my chat rules. We don't condone any security circumvention. If it's rightfully yours, contact Apple. If you bought it like it, get a refund. That's all I'll say. That is all I'll say. Please work. Yeah, 99% of activation locks are stolen. Yeah, you're right. Ugh, what the fuck? Could be wrong with this. It's not going to work. No. You're right. Oh, that's awesome, Jay. That's wicked. Good to hear, mate. It's not even about a lawsuit, Blue Sky. It's really not even about that. It's like Apple couldn't do anything about me discussing potential security flaws in the system. The problem is there's a term in YouTube's terms of service which will get me banned for discussing it, or could get me banned if people wanted to report me to YouTube. Enabling dishonest behaviour is a thing on Discord and Twitch and whatever. Sorry, not Discord, YouTube and Twitch. Enabling dishonest behaviour is against the terms and conditions, and that falls under, for example, teaching people how to exploit a phone or bypass a security lock. So, for example, doing stuff like working with BIOSes on PS5s, you know, bypassing the need for a disk drive, all of that sort of stuff, that's fine. It's purely for repair purposes. It's purely for repair purposes. There's nothing dishonest about it. You know, you're not exploiting nothing, you're not jailbreaking anything, you're not doing anything like that. The issue lies with security circumvention for the case of, you know, like unlocking devices that have been blocked by the owner or something like that. Like, I can't discuss that sort of thing because it's against terms of service. Yeah, not many people do know about that rule. and it's not really enforced when it comes to this sort of stuff, you know, like jailbreaking, exploiting, that sort of stuff. But it could be, and I'm not about to lose my livelihood for the sake of discussing it. Like, if people want to talk about it, Reddit's around the corner. Like, that's how I see it. Yeah, no, that's normal, Carlos. That is absolutely normal. Jumping to 100% like that. Right, I'm going to go and grab the next job. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. I'm back. Alright. Right, unfortunately, this does not work. I guess BIOS lock devices from e-waste are out of the question. If they're legally obtained, BIOS locks aren't really designed to stop people using the device because you can still just install any hard drive. BIOS locks are designed to stop people from messing with settings. That's really it. FRP locks, MDM locks, that sort of stuff are designed to stop unauthorized use, as in like to stop it being stolen or used if it's stolen, stuff like that. YouTube doesn't really ban people for it, but they will demonetize for it. And it is a rule which is enforced. Like the demonetization side of it is enforced regularly. So yeah, it's one of them. Right, I'm going to sideline that job. I'll work on it again when I get some time. Unfortunately, I can't spend any more time on it at the minute. It's had 3 SSD chips, the SSD case chip and the SSD controller. So it's had quite a lot of rework. I'll try and figure something else out. Honestly, I'm suspecting maybe a data line between the APU and the USB drive, personally. But I don't know for sure. I can't say for sure, unfortunately. Not at the minute. Right, we've got some channel renewals coming in, so I'll just let them go through while I'm tidying up a little bit. I'm cleaning up this mess. But yeah, enabling dishonest behaviour is a rule which is enforced in terms of demonetisation quite regularly, but it's not enforced regularly in terms of bans. But they could, theoretically, it's within their terms that they could theoretically ban for that reason. And I'm not going to chance it, which is why I don't do any kind of jailbreaking. Because jailbreaking is technically legal, is what people use it for. It's what people use it for that make it illegal. But I just don't risk it because this is my livelihood at the end of the day. This is my livelihood and I do not want to jeopardise it. So I'll just stay away from it, just to protect myself and my own family and my own income and whatnot. The best way to do it, in my opinion, like if you're not comfortable with doing it because you've got to protect your interests, then yeah, it's just the way it is, I'm afraid. That is just the way it is. See, this is why I fucking hate these mats. Like, I mean, I appreciate it being gifted to me, but this is why I hate it, because it gets so messy so quickly, it's unreal. Like, I've had this less than a week. Less than a week I've had this. And it's already filthy. It's like coding the software is legal, is what you do with it, that's illegal. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, this is the thing, like, you can be earning YouTube 100 grand a month, 200 grand a month. If that's going to affect their bottom line, they'll ban you. It doesn't matter what you're earning them, they'll ban you. They won't give you any, well, unless you're a sniper wolf, they won't give you any special treatment. Yeah, I went there. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I can swear and shit on YouTube, and like my fucking live streams get demonetized anyway, so who cares? Like, live streams get demonetized. The only revenue I earn from a live stream is Twitch revenue and donations, which is why I don't really stream on YouTube that often. But like, I can edit the videos and cut out the swearing to get the monetization. Like, that's where I earn the money from live streams, is when I edit it down into a video. That's why, even if you've watched it live, watch the videos. Because then I can get that YouTube border money and be rich. And then everyone will love me. Well, everyone will want to be my friend. Right, that will do for now. What are you fixing next? Guess. Hi from France. Viva la France! Hello. We all know what I'm fixing next. I'll be broadcasting analog TV in your house. You might want to check on that. Is analog TV broadcasting illegal? I don't know. Oh look, it's another PS5 and GameCube. Don't swear. Can't help it. Fuck it. I can't help swearing. It's just who I am. That and farting. It's who I am. I can't help it. What's on the desk? Never seen one of those before. Yeah, me neither, mate. First time for everything, eh? But although, well, all joking aside, it's never good when it comes in parts, is it? It's never good when it comes in bits. Oh dear, never good when it comes in bits. Well, never mind. The worst thing is I won't send it back in bits. I'll put it back together. I've got the screws in my pocket. They was in the box. Never good. Right, okay. So this apparently don't turn on. It's been taken apart. It's been completely stripped, in fact. So this is a prior repair attempt. Let's just strip it down to bare bones what I'm going to need for testing. Ugh. A bit of fluff in there, why not? Unless you notification saying I've been sent money from someone. Shut up, phone. Why is that? Oh. Annoying thing. Right. This is the annoying thing, is having to faff around just to be able to test the damn thing. Well, that's the frustrating thing when they come in bits. Right, so apparently this don't turn on. So, just as soon as I've got it together enough to actually test the damn thing. I was just making sure that ribbon wasn't damaged. God damn it, what the... Butterfingers tonight. Alright, there we go. That's enough to turn it on. Stop saying, oh no, the freaking Kool-Aid man keeps showing up. So I assume this has been stripped down to test the power supply or something. Let's just have a look. Let's see if we're getting 12 volts at the power supply. It's not attempting to turn on. So do we get 12 volts at the PSU? We don't. We've got nothing coming from the power supply at all. So here's the question. Is it the power supply or is it the board? Oh God, we've got... Really? Why? Calm down, Phil. Just relax. At least it's not everywhere. At least it's literally just on the SSD controller. I mean, that's fine. Like, it needs viscous paste, but it's okay on the SSD controller. It's when they put it all over the RAM that really pisses me off. Like, if I ever get another one like that one I had last time, like, it's going in the bin. It's going in the bin. Right. What they don't use thermal paste. Yeah, it's only on the SSD controller though, so it's okay. Okay, we get 12 volts when we have nothing plugged into it, so that means we're going to have a short on the 12 volt rail. On the actual board itself. So it looks to me like, well, I'm not seeing any rework. I'm not seeing any flux anywhere or anything, or any signs of like any marks where flux has been cleaned up. Usually if you clean flux up, it leaves a little bit of a mark on the board. Not seeing any of that here, so I don't think any rework's been done. There's a little bit of liquid metal in some random spots, so we've got some there, for example. That's very unlikely going to be the cause of this issue, but I will clean it up before I do anything. John, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support, buddy. It really does help me out. Thank you so much. A bit of liquid metal there. Don't think I'm seeing anywhere else. Oh. Well, maybe I am. Right, well, this could be the cause. This is on the 12 volt lines. That could be a problem, couldn't it?
Stop sending me money. It's weird. Stop it. John Lawson donated $5.
Thank you, John. I really appreciate that, mate. Huh. Is this going to be an easy repair? Surely not. It looks like it's been open to be serviced, so I wonder if they've just spilt a blob of liquid metal. Right, you can go back home. How's that sound? Right, looks like the T3000's been on this. That'd be a cool name for liquid metal. I was thinking about making my own liquid metal. I might make some and call it T3000. Brand it T3000 and sell it. Like, I was thinking about making my own liquid metal. Right, we've got a little bit more just on the edge just here. You see it there? I'm going to get rid of that before we continue. Some there. Right, so was that the cause of the issue? Look, do we get a short on 12 volt now? So the reason I know there's a short on 12 volt is because there was no power going to the board and it was shutting the power supply off. So that's telling me that there's a direct short on the 12 volt phase, or the 12 volt rail rather. Okay, we still have a short. It wasn't that, so that's still dead short. I will just bridge these connections and just make sure that we don't have any excess current. But there we go. Okay, so yep, still shorted. 0 ohms. That's dead short to ground. So the likelihood is that it's going to be a MOSFET. But realistically, what I want to do is just isolate the 12 volt line from the APU before I do anything. So I'll do that by removing this inductor here. So at the minute we've got a short. If I probe ground, we've got a short there, but obviously because of that we've also got a short here. So what I want to do is just isolate the rail from the other side of the board where it's going into the APU, just to make sure. Well, it'll basically isolate the short and tell me where the short is. Is it going to be phase side or APU side? That's the question. Maybe liquid metal under the sticker. No, there's no 12 volt lines directly on top of the APU. There's some low impedance lines, some very low voltage lines like 0.7 volts and stuff, but there's no 12 volt on top of the APU. You do have 12 volt going into the APU. There is a couple of 12 volt lines that go directly to the APU, but, or at least I think there are, but not there. Like liquid metal wouldn't cause that. And I don't think the resistance would be dead short either. Even if it did, I don't think the resistance would be dead short. Alright, so let's check this now. Oh, that's not good. This might not be good. This might not be good at all. Oh, damn it. This could be bad. This one could be bad. Let's just have a look at these MOSFETs real quick. But this could be bad. It doesn't guarantee that it is the APU. The fact that it's still short on that side and not the other side now isn't good. Just looking for any signs of any burnt MOSFETs. I don't know if that does isolate it completely on the EVMO20 board. You know, that one inductor. Not 100% sure. I know it does on the 010 board, but not on the 020. I'm not 100% sure. By the way, given the fact that there's no rework being done to this doesn't invoke my private repair attempt fee. It looks like someone's just taken it apart and had a look, which isn't the same as actually sending a device that's had work done. The one thing I've got to make absolutely sure is that I don't leave this in the workshop, because there's no serial number booked in on this device. It's literally just got the console booked in and that's it. I know obviously who it belongs to, but the serial number's not logged on the system. So if I leave this in the workshop for even one night, it could get lost. So the second I finish working on this, I need to put it back in its box. I could update the system and log the serial number, but yeah. This viscous paste is a fucking nightmare. This viscous paste is a nightmare. I hate this stuff. Like, getting all of this off so I can actually inspect the board is a pain. Like, just use thermal pads, Sony, for God's sake. They'll do the job exactly the same. Look, it's just MOSFETs. How hot can they run? Like, use a thermal pad, Sony. Like you did on the PS4. You never had any issues with those, did you? Sony. Well, I mean, they had issues, but not in terms of thermals. Right, well, those MOSFETs look fine. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with those. Have we still actually got a short on 12 volt? Let's have a look. No. Yeah, so this ain't good at all, because I've isolated the 12 volt phase and now we're getting no short on the actual 12 volt. This ain't good at all. I don't think this is going to be down to MOSFETs. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm going to inject 1 volt into it. But the fact that we've cleared the 12 volt short by isolating that phase with that inductor, and we've still got the short on this one side, is not good at all. Or it's not normally good. I've been surprised before. It's not always the case. Could be something completely different. Right, always check and make sure you're on the right channel if you've got a power supply that outputs multiple supplies. What am I doing? I need to inject there 2 amps of current. That's a lot of current for one volt. I think I need to solder a wire to this, to be honest, just to make my life a little bit easier. I'm going to solder a wire. And I can connect that up to the crocodile clip. I don't actually know what the cause of this is. It looks like it's just had a power surge or something like that. Probably just had a power surge, or, you know, a MOSFET's fried something. Well, no, a MOSFET couldn't have fried something because it hasn't actually got a shorted. Well, it doesn't look like it's got a shorted MOSFET. So I don't actually know. Right. So there's my wire. I do just need to tin this side of the wire. If I tin this side of the wire, it'll make gripping onto it with the crocodile clip a lot easier. Whoops, you can't even see. What size balls do I use on RAM? Normally 0.45mm, mate. As a general rule. 0.45 or 5mm. Depends on what stencil you're using. The stencils I've got use 0.45mm, but some of them can use 0.5. Dang it. Right, there we go. So just tin that wire. I know it was out of focus, but whatever. Just tin that wire. It makes it easier for gripping onto the crocodile clip like this. Gives it a more solid connection. So we're getting 2.3 amps of current draw. And absolutely no heat. One point three volts. We're getting 4 amps of current. And the APU is heating up. Yeah. APU is the only thing getting warm there. Yeah, I can feel heat coming from that APU. So if I no 12 volt short, no more. There was. It's getting warm here. If I put some isopropyl alcohol on that, you can see it starting to evaporate. It's not really evaporating, but it is slowly. But the heat is minimal, but there, you see it? See, it's starting to heat up around the centre. I'm going to remove the MOSFETs anyway, just in case I'm wrong on that one particular inductor isolating it completely from the MOSFETs. I'm going to remove it anyway. I'm not going to I'm not going to definitively say yes, it's short. Yes, it's a APU fault. Right. Well, actually, no. I'm not going to remove the MOSFETs. I'm going to remove the inductors. They're easier. Inductors are easier to remove and put back. It could be liquid metal under the BGA. Yeah, it could very well be. Yeah, MOSFETs are a bit more difficult to put back than inductors. So I will just remove the inductors instead. I need a fair bit of temperature for this though. There'll be one less inductor. On this board, there'll be one less inductor. I think I'm going to remove the inductors from the other side as well. I think I need to remove the inductors from the other side. It's still short on both sides. Yep. That's not good. That is not good. Oh, hold on. No, that's a full short. That's a full short. Yeah, that's not though. Yeah. So removing the inductors, we still have a short on this side, which is the APU side. So that is basically there. So this side, no short. Flip the board around. Connect to ground. And obviously this is completely isolated now. And we still have a short there. Whereas we don't have a short on any of these. Oh, hang on. We do have a short on that one. Oh. Oh, hang on. Damn it. That's going to be low impedance, isn't it? I'm a fucking idiot. There is a short on that MOSFET. Okay. We might not be APU related. I'm a fucking idiot. This is low impedance on this side. That MOSFET's short. I'm an absolute idiot. Ignore what I said. Target acquired. Stuck to the board. It's burnt. That burnt to the board. No short. Well, those caps have ended up knocking off, but whatever. Yeah, I was looking at this and I was just going based on the beep. I wasn't looking at the meter. That's a rookie mistake. Always look at the meter. It was low impedance. It wasn't short. I mean, technically it's short, but it's not short. It's a good job I checked those. I always go for absolute confirmation anyway, but I'm just a moron. So don't pay attention to absolutely anything that I say. Alright. Let me grab a MOSFET off a donor board real quick. Bear with me. I'll put the inductors back in a minute. It's not a big deal at the moment. So if you're wondering what I meant by fall short, heating the board can cause temporary shorts if it gets too hot. So essentially what was happening was it was low impedance anyway on the one side, but it was causing a lower impedance and making my multimeter beep. I'm an idiot for not checking the multimeter and actually looking at what's going on. I broke my own rule of not going based on an audible response. So rather foolish of me, but never mind. Hey, Glenn, thank you for becoming a channel sponsor, mate. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support, buddy. What an idiot I am. Well, sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. My bad. I'm sorry. Now I just got to figure out where the hell that MOSFET blew off to. Ha! There it is. Good morning, Pixie. It is cold outside, yeah. Alexa, what's the temperature outside?
Outside doesn't support that.
Ugh. Alexa, what's the weather like?
Currently, it's Willis 0 degrees Celsius with clear skies. Today,
Alexa, stop. It's 0 degrees outside. Right. Let's just check that. No short. So that is low impedance, but yeah, there we go. Right, so Let's have a look now. Let's see what the deal is when I put these inductors back. Well, I've got Alexa connected to my PC. Echo, set an alarm for 5 AM. Ha! Nice, Max. Awesome, mate. Then you go and turn your whole office off. Yeah, everyone seems to be following my trends. Look, that's the funny thing as well, though. He doesn't just turn the lights off; it turns everything off. Everything that can cause a fire, it turns off. That didn't work. That didn't work. Ah, ah. Yeah, I'm not bothered about one cap at the minute. I'll straighten all that out in a minute. The main thing I'm bothered about right now is just trying to get all of this back together, sort of thing. This is the problem when you have to do this. There's just so many components I need to put back now. No worries, Jay. No worries, mate. Hope you have a good night, buddy. Thank you for hanging out and enjoy your sleep, bud. Think of me while you're sleeping, will ya? Where's that other inductor gone? I'm one short. Where did I put that other inductor? I don't actually know. I'm going to grab one off the donor board. Oh, it's there. Right, I'll straighten all that out in a minute. I'm going to let it cool down for a minute though. Again, don't want to get false readings. Is there a way to make my power outlets lighting proof other than using fuse filters? I mean, simple power cord extensions with fuses. What do you mean lightning? Oh, lightning proof. Sorry. Surge protectors. I mean, most houses in the UK now, well, it's actually a requirement if you have a rewire or a replacement consumer unit now that the house has to be surge protected. We've got surge protectors built into the consumer unit, as in the breaker box, distribution panel, whatever you want to call it. It's actually a requirement in the UK now. Because we've just had a new consumer unit a couple of days ago. A couple of weeks ago, sorry. Hey, boot is streaming. I'm just letting that cool down, by the way, just for a short while. Ah, the short's back. Is it? No, it isn't. No, the short isn't back. Good. I must have touched ground by accident. Alright, well, kick rocks, bitches. Yeah. Let's pop this board in the housing. Let's see if it works. If it works, then I'll tidy everything up. I'll clean up and straighten all those inductors out and all of that sort of stuff. Well, I mean, I'll do that anyway, but yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, surge protectors are not 100% foolproof now. You are right. Alright, so let's have a look. Do we still have an issue? That is still too hot. Yeah, that's way too hot. It's too hot for me to touch. If it's too hot for me to touch, then it's too hot to turn on, as a general rule. So I'm going to leave it for a little while. No, this isn't the bent PS5 board now. Summer's coming up and you get a lot of lightning strikes. Yeah. I would say look into getting an actual surge protector for the house. Like, where are you from? Like, what do you use in terms of like distribution panels? Have you got like a standard consumer unit sort of thing? Let me see if I can find one similar to the one we've got. Yeah, it's called an SPD basically. See if I can find the one I've got. I'll know it when I see it. I can't remember the name, but I'll know it when I see it. They might not actually sell it on Screwfix. No, they don't. We've got this. Damn it. We've got this one. It's called Fuse Box. It's 100 amp, 14-way consumer unit. So that's what we've got. If you look off to the right there, that orange device there is called an SPD, a surge protection device. So it's got RCBOs, like the one we've got has got like 12 RCBOs in it, or whatever. I think it's a 14 weight. It's either 14 or 20. I don't know. But you got the RCBOs which protect each individual circuit from, for example, if you get live flowing down to earth, things like that. But then you've also got a separate device which is a surge protector, this orange thing here, which protects the entire circuit. So your main incoming power comes in through the surge protector into the main breaker, and then from the main breaker off to the bus bar to the individual circuits. Split load, no one really uses split load anymore. I've got something in common with Phil. What's that, mate? Right, that has cooled down. Good. Now the question is, does it turn on? It's basic switches. It does turn on. Boom. Boom. That is fixed. I need to fart. Oh, it's good. There we go. White light, baby. I started when my head at 1 AM on Wednesday, so I went on 12 gauge. Jesus Christ, dude. That's nasty. Right, there we go. That's booting. It's turning on. I need to clean all of this shit up, but yeah. Squeaky number there, indeed. Yep, that's booting. It's working. I was completely wrong, and I'm an idiot because I didn't think to check the actual resistance instead of just going on an audible number, an audible result. Never go based on audio. Never just listen to your multimeter. Actually look at the multimeter instead. Pay attention to it. Squeaky door. Yep, squeaky floors, mate. That's the one. I say that to Sarah all the time in the kitchen. She's like, "You can't. The floors are concrete." Oh, fuck. All the floors are concrete downstairs. And I'm like, shit. Can't blame that. We haven't got floorboards. It sucks. Another device saved. Yeah. Right. So I'm just going to do a bit of clean up here. We've got some flux to clean up. I'm going to straighten up these inductors. They're a little bit wobbly. Not that it matters, but it matters to me. It makes a difference to me. I like to do a good job. I like to make sure that I'm doing a quality job. So all I'll do for that is just go for some fairly high airflow, 60%, 480 degrees Celsius. And I'm going to get a nozzle on there, if I can fucking find one. There's one. Actually, I'm going to go for 80% airflow, because this nozzle's a bit wider than I normally use. I'm probably better off without the nozzle, to be honest. So I can heat up more surface area like that with no nozzle. Lost the cap there, I'll sort that in a minute. So yeah, that was just a short-term, do your work sort of thing. But I would never actually leave it in that condition. Damn it, I picked the wrong cap off the board. Thank you, Ellis. Yeah, I am a little bit obsessed when it comes to these boards being as good as I can possibly get them. Now, I just think if we're going to do the job, do it right. You know, don't half-arse it. If you're going to do the job, do it right. Right. There's that side taken care of. A job half done is a job not done. I agree. Hako is great, yeah. The Hako iron is fantastic. Highly recommend. Sizzle a little bit. The board's a little bit warm, but it's fine. Don't worry. I know I'll get someone in the comments when he makes a video saying, "Hey, you'll cause thermal shock." Not around a bunch of inductors, you won't. Oh, tell you what, when that evaporates because of heat, Jesus Christ. Whew, that makes you dizzy. Damn. Alright, so someone said there was a capacitor missing. There is not, as far as I know, a capacitor missing. That's going to bug this shit out of me though. One fucking inductor being, well, actually there's a few upside down. That's going to bug me, those inductors being upside down. So I'm going to put those right. Not that I have to, it's an inductor, it doesn't matter. But it's going to bug the shit out of me if I don't. No, Breticus, sadly not, mate. Yeah, so there's not a capacitor missing from the thing. It just, there's viscous paste on top of the pads. It's not actually a missing car. It just looks like there used to be solder there. I'm literally doing this for the sake of doing it. It doesn't make a difference. Okay. But yeah, that is literally done just for no other reason than my own sanity. Oh, I need to find a brush to do this side because there's too many little nooks and crannies. So I need to find a brush to clean this. So the good thing is I didn't use that much flux, so it's not got that much to clean up. The one before was now fixed, yeah. For now. I haven't given up on it. Okay. Right. So when you're putting this viscous paste back on, yes, it looks a mess, but unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do. Just try and tidy it up as much as you can, and that's it. There's not a whole heap you can do. The inductors don't need viscous paste on them. That's fine. Yeah, there's not really a lot you can do in terms of like getting it to look pretty, not unless you use new, and I can't find this exact same viscous paste anywhere. So just do what you can with it. That's it. Here's what it is. Right, liquid metal, and then we're done. Hopefully. God damn it, this is oxidized. Damn, this is oxidized. I don't know what kind of liquid metal this is, but it's not the one that I typically use. I don't think. Wow, that is oxidized bad. Right, that's better. Better. There we go. K5 Pro. Is it the same as K5 Pro? Oh, I'll have to order some. All good. That side's fine. Cool. Thing is, if I do end up ordering viscous paste, if I do end up buying new viscous paste and I have to use it, I would have to account for that in the cost of the repair. Because K5 ain't cheap. It is not cheap. The thermal paste on the SSD controller is fine. That's not a worry. The SSD controller doesn't really run hot. It's fine on there. Like it's fine on the RAM. It just makes a mess. That's the only problem. It just makes a mess. And thermal paste is more than enough to keep the SSD controller cool. It's absolutely fine. Not gonna worry myself with that. Phil said, fuck it. Yep, that's the one. That's the one. No, I'm not bothered about that. It's not going to cause any issues. And I haven't got any viscous paste to replace it, so meh. Right. Just make sure she still turns on. Yep, there we go. And now I need to put it back together. While I'm doing that, I may as well make sure it outputs on HDMI before I do that. Come on, show me a display. Boom. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. She be working indeed. After the thing you did last night. No worries, Skittish. Thank you for hanging out, my mate. My mate? My man. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. And thank you, Mark, as well. I appreciate you too. Damn, it's 22.5 degrees Celsius in here and my feet are fucking freezing. Like, seriously. What the fuck? Cheers, Alice. Thank you, dude. So, I've got to put this back together now. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I've got to put this back together now because this hasn't been booked in with a serial number logged. So if I leave this till tomorrow morning, there's always a chance I can get lost. It can get lost. I'm not going to risk it. So I'd much rather put it back together now, and then when I go and grab the next job in a minute, I can just throw it straight in the box, and while I'm in there, I'll send the invoice over to the customer for it. Damn it, why do I do it to myself? Why do I do it to myself? I've put this freaking plate on without making sure it's lined up in all four corners first. There you go. Right. Stay. Still haven't fixed my screwdriver, by the way. The other funny thing is, it's less taxing on the wrist if you use these ones, the big screwdriver bit. Cheers, dude. Thank you, thank you. The only problem with doing it with these is it's not magnetic. This screwdriver is not magnetic. Well, it is, but not when you've got the attachment in. But it is less taxing on the wrist doing it with these bigger screwdriver heads, handles. Quicker as well. Seems silly, but it's true. Someone gifted me this. I can't remember who, so I apologise to who that was, but someone gifted me this about 2 years ago. It's handy for household repairs as well, this bigger one is, because I can use my normal screwdriver bits, like drill bits like these, in it. You know, like my impact bits and stuff. Yeah, have a good night, Brishy boy. Thank you for hanging out, mate. Can you not afford to turn the lights on? What do you mean? Where's the heater you fixed? Under my feet. Under my feet. My feet are still freezing though. Right under my feet and blaring away. It's literally 22.6 degrees here. It's not cold in here. It's actually quite warm in here. It's quite toasty. It's just it's cold under my desk. Well, my feet are cold under my desk. I don't know why. Yeah, good night, Bushy boys. Thanks for hanging out, mate. I've got school with myself, but fuck it. Oh, I know you're not going, mate. No. Why did I say good night to you? Sorry, dude. Just can't wait for you to leave, Ellis. Haha. I'm just playing, dude. Or am I? Phil isn't wearing socks. Phil has to wear socks. Phil wears socks in bed. I wear socks everywhere. I'm not wearing socks, but my boxers match my socks. Does that mean you're not wearing any boxers? Shadows all over the place. Have you changed something? You know what? I was thinking that myself. That it's duller than usual. And I don't know why. I honestly don't know why it's duller than usual. But I was thinking that myself. That it doesn't seem as bright as it normally is. I don't know. It's really weird because the lighting hasn't changed. I have got two other lights that I've... Well, they're always fucking on. I never turn them off. But they are covered up. I've got the covers on them because they usually add reflections. I could. But I've always got the ability to add lighting to the scene. But these lights need moving. These really do make it bright, adding 2 extra lights. Is that better? Hey, Killer, thank you.
Killer 1973 just subscribed on Twitch.
Thank you, Killer. Appreciate it. How can I wear socks in bed? Easy. Put them on and get in bed. Is that a different work mat? Yeah, someone donated it to me. If that's better, I'll leave it like that, even though it's blinding me. But hey, fuck it. As long as you lot are happy. What's my repair rate? My successful repair rate? I'd say about 70%. I've got about a 70% success rate. Yeah, I can leave it like that if you want me to leave it like that. Right, it does get warm under these lights, just for the record. Can't wear any clothes. See, I can't sleep naked. I have to wear clothes in bed. Not just for myself, it just makes me feel uncomfortable knowing there's kids in the house. Yeah, welcome, Killer. Thank you for being here, mate, and thank you for subscribing as well. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it does get incredibly bright under these lights. Like, bear in mind, I've got 5 lights focused on me, like 5 studio lights focused on me. No, it's all good, Mark. It's my eyes just need a little bit to adjust. I have an issue with my right eye. So no, yeah, my right eye lets in too much sunlight. I'm supposed to wear tinted glasses at all times, but I don't because I don't like wearing glasses. I am meant to wear glasses. I'm meant to be your typical nerd. So I'm meant to get. Like, I used to get tinted glasses on prescription when I was younger. And it's actually on my driving licence, so I'm meant to wear tinted glasses as well. So if I wore sunglasses driving, as long as they're only a certain level of tint, they can't do anything. Like, the police can't stop me. Because too much sunlight gets in my eyes and it blinds me. I've got a disco light with a 120 watt bulb. Mate, I'll beat you. I'll beat you. I'll put a picture on Discord tomorrow. I'll show you what I've got. I've got a big ass fucking laser disco light, mate, from when I used to DJ. So yeah, I can legally wear sunglasses driving, and the police can't do shit. It's fucking great. Yeah, see, I don't like walking around in boxes and stuff, just because it makes me feel uncomfortable around the kids and stuff like that, and like, which is weird because like I don't mind Cody sitting there watching me use the toilet to learn, because bear in mind, I mean, Cody's 6, right, but he's autistic, so he still doesn't use the toilet, and obviously trying to teach him to use the toilet, part of that job is showing him how I use the toilet, you know, being the man of the house sort of thing. So like, yes, it's awkward and stuff, but you know, it is what it is. Right, have I put a screw somewhere that isn't meant to have a screw again? Like a complete and utter moron. Yeah, so I have to sit there and let Cody watch me have a wee, and it makes me uncomfortable, but I have to do it, because eventually you've got to learn to use the toilet. Like, he's autistic, so he doesn't use the toilet at all. He's still in nappies, but it is what it is. Right, I'm missing a silver screw. I can't be asked to find it, so I'll grab one of my own. It was probably missing. I didn't take this apart, so it was probably already missing. There is an issue with making a light fixture though, and that's the fact that it goes off every 10 minutes, or every 5 minutes, or whatever it is. So it shuts off after so long because of it not having a TV input. Right, so unless I actually connected a HDMI to it, I mean, I could use a splitter to connect a HDMI to it so as it can, so as it's got somewhere to, so as it's got the ability to stay turned on, but, or I could just actually make a power board, get or make a power board for it. I'd have to find out what kind of voltage it outputs though. But there is the option. Like, it's possible you can use it for a light, you know, a studio light, but yeah. Right, okay. So for whatever reason, this case was stuck to the freaking side of it. Never mind. Doesn't the HDMI tester trigger it? Possibly, but is it worth wasting a £40 HDMI tester to keep the TV screen on? I mean, it's not wasting it, but is it worth using a HDMI tester for that? Probably not. Bought a UV light, that's USB from Amazon. Which one did you get, mate? But yeah, it does get pretty fucking warm with the lights on the desk like this. Having so many lights linked to the so many lights above you, it's like you're in a studio. Damn it. Right, 80mm is the most common SSD that would go in this. Yeah, it feels like you're in a studio. Cordy for $13. That's not bad. That's not a bad price. Not a bad price. You could have gone on AliExpress and got one though, for like £7, I think, so about 10 US. But then again, you got to wait for that, I suppose. So, yeah. Right. So this will get a full test in the morning, but it does appear to be working. Right, it'll get a full test before it gets sent back to the customer. But other than that, we seem to be good. It coming for no power, that's been fixed. One faulty MOSFET. So happy days on that. I'm glad I didn't just give up on it and assume it was the APU and actually double checked my readings. Because if I'd have just assumed it was the APU, it would have gone back to the customer and they could have potentially thrown it away or sold it or whatever, thinking that it was unfixable, and then they've got to fork out for another console. And the fact that I could fix it and I wouldn't have done, and I'd have sent it back no fix, so I would have lost money as well. Why not use LED studio lights? I am using LED, but I've got 5 of them. They are LED lights, but there's 5. Bear in mind, there's 5 600 LED lights in here. Like, I've got one to the left, one directly above me, just here, another one directly above me, just here, and then 2 behind me, all facing down on me. So they do, regardless. I know LED uses less heat, but it still gets warm because of the amount of lights there are. Like, you can still feel the heat. Like, it does. I mean, it is a free source of heat, I suppose, but they are still fairly warm. You know, they're probably, I don't know, 25, 26 degrees Celsius, something like that, whatever. But yeah, it's just one of them things. Like, you still feel it regardless. Right. Okay. So I just realised I forgot a couple of things. That is one of them. That's broke. I'll offer the customer to replace it, but it's not going to affect it. Let's be honest. It's not going to affect it. Yeah, regardless, you still feel it. There's nothing you can do to stop that. Dare to put the fan in while it's still on. I didn't even read that. I always do. I always connect it. Like, that's not going to hurt it. Like, the fan being linked up while it's right, that's about to turn into rest mode. But it is turning on. It's working. So whatever. Yeah. Connecting the fan up while it's turned on. Not a big issue. Cold at your place? No, it's 23 degrees Celsius in here right now. Right, there we go. That is another console fixed. Why console fix? The clue's in the name. That's a bit damaged. Not damaged, dirty. I always clean them before they go back to the customer anyway. So I'll deal with that before it goes back. In fact, that is damaged, I think. Hang on. I did shut that down, by the way. Never just pull the plug. Yeah. What's going on with that? It's not broken. That's got it. That's got it. There we go. One working PS5. Minus 20. No, I mean, like, in the workshop it's 23 degrees. It's certainly warm enough. It's not 2:54 AM. I just can't be asked to set the clock. Console fixed by console fixed. Yep, indeed. I should do, shouldn't I? Yeah, there we go. Another job done. Another console saved. Yeah, that's not gone in fully. That case hasn't. I think it may be slightly damaged. Yeah, it's not clipping in all the way. There we go. That's got it. Right, now I've just been messing around with that. I need to make sure it still turns freaking on. Obviously, banging the case like that and things, like you gotta be careful with the liquid metal and stuff. "55 Fahrenheit. What's that in degrees Celsius? Alexa, what's 55 Fahrenheit to Celsius?
55 degrees Fahrenheit is about 12.78 degrees Celsius.
Well, that's not. Well, that's considered a decent day for us in the UK. Popsicle orange, Jesus. Alexa, what's the weather like?
Right now in Willenhall, it's -1 degrees Celsius with clear skies.
There we go.
Today's forecast has lots of clouds, with a high of 3 degrees and a low of -1 degrees.
There you go. -1 right now. Alexa, I love you. Alexa, stop. Alexa, Simon said, fuck you.
Sorry, I don't know that one.
Prick. Alexa, tell me a joke. Alexa, tell me a dirty joke. What a bitch. Fucking stuck up cow. Thanks for saying I love you. Barnsley. Fucking Barnsley.
Alexa, turn Travis on.
Haha, don't work. Haha, don't work. Alexa, Google's better than you.
Google and me are like chalk and cheese.
Alexa, I prefer Siri. God damn it. Alexa, self-destruct.
Auto-destruction. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom.
That did not go as planned.
Anyway, I'm going to go get the next job. And I'm going to grab a coffee. Back in a minute. Whoops. Maybe not. I'll turn this fucking thing off first. One more, yeah. I'll work on one more. Sorry, Alice. Not really sorry, by the way. Just saying I am. I'm back. Right, okay. I'm trying to get PCBWay to give some stuff away for for the 100k subs. So I'm speaking to PCBWay. Yeah, I'm speaking to PCBWay, my account handler at PCBWay, to try and get them to give away some either something like some gift cards, some coupons, or some merch. You know, like for example, I've got like a PCBWay hoodie and stuff like that. I've got like PCBWay cups and shit like that. It'd be nice if I could give some stuff away as part of the 100k. Maybe get involved. I've been a sponsor of the channel for several years. You know, they've been a huge part of me being able to do what I do and enjoy what I do and do what I enjoy doing. You know, obviously getting paid from those every month, stuff like that. So it'd be nice for them to get involved. They're all fucking paperweights. When you're going to give a thermal camera, I'm going to contact him for I am going to be giving away a thermal camera. Whether that's an infrared or whether it's this, I don't know yet. Well, either way, I'll give this one away. But if I can get infrared to get involved and give a thermal camera away as well, then you never know. You never know. But yeah, I am going to try and get infrared involved. Yeah, well, it's not exactly free advertising for them, but it means they get, like, because PCBWay, they pay me every month without fail. They pay me to do 3 videos every single month. That's the agreement that we've got. So, like, I could do an extra video for them, especially leading up towards Christmas. They've got a Christmas promotion going on at the minute, which I need to create a new sponsored segue for. But especially leading up towards Christmas, where people are looking to get people gifts and stuff, like it would be good to possibly get a few companies involved. I might speak to iFixit as well, and maybe see if I can get those involved as well. It'd be nice to get a few companies involved and give away a few different stuff, a few different things. Yeah, well, even InfraRay. I mean, InfraRay gave me a free camera, and then they also paid me for a video as well after that. They might be down, I don't know. I've sold a fair few InfraRay P2 Pros, according to my statistics on AliExpress. There's a fair few of those sold through my affiliate links. No less than 20. No less than 20. I've sold no less than... Well, I'll say I've sold. I mean, like, at least 20 have sold because of my links. Because of my videos. I don't know how many. Last time I checked, it was on the around about 20 mark. I haven't checked for a long time. It doesn't really matter too much. InfraRay got the value out of it. I got some income from it. Yeah, all you can do is ask, yeah. Right, so this is... No Power Series X. I have noticed that the button isn't great on this. It goes in too far. Probably not the reason why it's not turning on, but... Yeah. I've never known a Chinese person call someone mate. I'm talking to my account manager now from PCBWay. I know he's Chinese, obviously, and he's just called me mate. I've never known a Chinese person just call me mate. Has anyone known that? That feels a bit weird. I've never known a Chinese person to call someone mate. I don't know. God knows. Yeah, there we go. PCBWay have agreed to give $100 in gift credit to 3 people when I do the 100k giveaway. So they're pledging $100 gift credit to people's PCBWay accounts. Obviously, it'll be based on random selection. But yeah, $100 gift credit for 3 people. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, PCBWay are pretty nice. Yeah, I do have a lot of respect for what they do over at PCBWay. They do good things, right? Well, because of YouTube, man's making bands in it. Anyway, let's get back to work. So yeah, 3 $100 gift cards. That's awesome. But it doesn't benefit me in any way. It gives something back to the community. And I'm quite happy that they're doing it. They're sending me a goodie bag soon as well. Yeah, they're sending me a Christmas goodie bag. Goodie bag. Last year they sent me a bunch of like ruler PCBs and stuff like that. Some branded post-it notes and a few other different little bits. And they sent me a blanket as well, which is really, really warm. I still use it now. It's awesome. And a cup as well. I've got a PCBWay cup. It's wicked. I love it. Oh, double trouble. Oh, fart and a burp. Why not? What's wrong with the Xbox besides having FIFA on it? Oh, that stinks. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that's not... Don't fart in a small room. You know it's bad when it stinks to you. Actually, Luna just nearly got hurt. She tried to get to me on the stairs. I went for a piss when I went upstairs. She tried to get to me on the stairs and fell down the stairs. Right, okay, so this does not turn on. There's an issue with the power button. It pushes in further than it should, but I don't think that's an issue. Or at least I don't think that's the main issue, but it's not turning on. It's been sent in by a customer, obviously. So let's have a look and see what the deal is with it. Rotten egg smell, yep. It looks like it's been taken apart before, which is unsurprising. Everyone seems to think I want their prior repair attempts. Hopefully it's not had anything stupid done to it. Let's just stick that back down for a minute. All anyone ever sends to me these days is prior repair attempts. I don't mind. I mean, I can fix a lot of what other people can't, so that's not too bad, I suppose. Alright, so liquid metal all over the place. I fucking hope not. Right, so the Nexus connector looks fine. For those of you that don't know, the Nexus connector is basically the power connector, or the connector that connects the power button up. So that's fine, or it looks fine anyway. My phone keeps going off. It's PCBWay. They keep on messaging me. I don't mind. Yeah, I'm not a fan of these screws being hidden behind stickers either. But that being said, I know somewhere you can buy those stickers from. Not with custom serial numbers on in mind, but if you need a replacement sticker, you can buy them from consolefix.shop. Right. Not a lot of dust inside here. The one thing I do like about the Xbox is they don't seem to get as much dust as the PlayStations do, for whatever reason. Okay. I really need to fix my electric screwdriver. That screw was threaded. Yeah, I don't know why with the gaping holes on top as well. Pretty cool dam, by the way. Hello, mate. It's no power, dwarf. It's no power. Yeah, the PS5s, in terms of like shutting down and stuff, they're going to have issues. Now, like, if anyone who is a regular watcher of the channel, like, they'll know that I always recommend servicing a console every 18 months. Like, in my opinion, 18 months is around about the sweet spot. These screws are all threaded. Wow. Yeah, 18 months is about the sweet spot, and obviously the consoles are what, just over, are they 2 or 3 years old now? I don't know. 2 or 3 years old. Alexa, when did the PS5 get released?
The Sony PlayStation 5 was released worldwide on the 12th of November 2020, making the device 3 years old. Yeah,
it's 3 years old. Alright, so... yeah, the fact that people couldn't get them for the first year or so, like the 18-month thing is pretty much just coming into line. You know, given the fact that people couldn't get them for a long time, there wasn't that many available for just over the first year, so the first 14, 16 months ish. 2020 that came out, yeah. Yeah, can you see how much I'm struggling with some of these screws? Look at that, look how tight that is. Like, these screws are majorly threaded. Majorly cross-threaded. I knew before Alexa answered. Yeah, I thought it was 2020, but I couldn't remember. I mean, we lost basically, what, a year and a half of our lives anyway, didn't we? With lockdowns and whatnot. Right, okay, so here we go then. First thing I always do, well, once I've actually removed every screw instead of leaving one by accident, first thing I always do with these with no power is test the 12 volt phase, the 12 volt output on the power supply. Just make sure the power supply is actually outputting 12 volts. First thing you should always do is test the power supply. Never just assume it's a board issue just because it's not working or just because it's not turning on. Test it first. So, put one probe in that side, one probe on the other row. DC voltage mode, and we get 11.75 volts, which is about right. With the voltage drop and stuff, that's about right. So that side of the power supply is working, or rather that 12 volt supply is working, but there are two on this. And yep, exactly the same on that one. Chances are, if this one's working, this one's going to be working. I think they both come off the same thing. Basically, one's to power the Southbridge board and one's to power the APU board because of the sandwich design of it. So that means we've probably got an issue with the 12 volt side on the motherboard. It could be Southbridge board related, so it could be related to this board here. But what I will check is in continuity mode. I'll just check the 12 volt side on the board itself, on the main board. And there is no short. So what's my resistance? I'll tell you what, let's take the board out. Let's just get to this board quickly. It doesn't appear as though there's a short on this board. Right, so we get a diode reading of, well, 1 volt and increase it. Well, it might help if I actually had the probes the right way around. Red probe on ground, Phil. Come on, you know better than that. Ignore the beeping. Actually, you know what? Shut up, multimeter. we get 0.4 volt drop to ground in diode mode. That's about right. It's not a perfect reading, but that's about right. So I've got a feeling this could be on the Southbridge board, not on the main board. I'm wondering if it actually is that power button now, to be honest. So let's just have a look. On there, right, we don't have a short on 12 volt there. I am wondering now, is this actually a Nexus ribbon issue? What I'll do is I'll grab another Southbridge board and just try it, but at the same time I'm also going to grab a Nexus ribbon as well, just to double check everything. So in case you're wondering, a Nexus ribbon is basically the power button. Right, I'm going to grab a console to use for testing, as in the Southbridge board. There we go. Hello Razor, how's it going, mate? Retro BRW, how are you doing, buddy? Right, so I've got a spare button board here. Let's just one and two, just mark it so I don't get mixed up. So I'll just put a number 2 on that, just so I know that this board belongs with this Southbridge board, because they are paired. So what I can do, well, first of all, I've done that just so I don't get mixed up and end up screwing the customer's console up by losing his Southbridge board in my pile. Obviously, I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world. I'd find it eventually, but I don't want to take that chance. So I'll just mark it. It's not an issue. It's not going to hurt the console in any way. So what I'll do then is just try it with my own button board, just to rule that out. Just to rule it out, try it with my own button board. So that's all I need for testing. Nothing. Okay, so the next step for me is to check whether it's the APU board that's faulty or the Southbridge board. I know I just said that they're paired, but having a mismatched Southbridge board, all that's going to cause is beep on, beep off. We've got no power at all. So if this turns on with my Southbridge board, then I know we've got an issue with this board. If it doesn't turn on with my Southbridge board, then I know we've got an issue with this board. So yeah, that's why I do that. So if this does turn on now, it will be a beep on, beep off. It'll turn on and turn straight back off because the Southbridge board is mismatched. Worst case scenario, if I can't figure out the issue on this and it is the Southbridge board, I can remarry a new Southbridge board to this console by swapping one chip over. Thanks to Steve B for figuring that one out. If you don't know who Steve B is, maybe one of the mods can post a link to his channel. He's on YouTube. Recommend checking him out. But there is a chip that we can swap to remarry the Southbridge board. It's like a little NOR flash ROM, and it'll repair it with the matching security key. We can reprogram it as well, but you know, we can reprogram the chip that's on here, but it's easy just to change the chip. But they are fragile to heat as well, so reprogramming might be a better option. Let's have a look. No. Okay, so, oh, Yes. Right, so we do get power on that board. Took a little while though, that was a bit strange. Let me just double confirm with my with the customer's original board and just make sure. Let me just make absolutely certain that it's not just delaying it in any way. Obviously this board right now cannot be used, right? Because it's paired to another console. So I would rather fix this board because it's cheaper than replacing the board. If I replace the board alone is going to cost the customer £60 just to buy the board. Like, they're not cheap. Buying a working Southbridge board isn't going to be cheap. In fact, no, it's more than £60. It's £60 for a donor board. For a working board, you're looking £100 just to buy it. So you'd be looking at like a £140, £150 repair in total. So you don't want to be doing that. I'd much rather figure out the exact issue on this board. Plus, I like to challenge myself, so I would rather figure it out anyway. I don't like to take the easy way out. Not unless it's a last resort. I'll take the easy way out, but only if I can't figure out the issue. Yeah, nothing. Absolutely stone dead with the customer's board. Okay. Absolutely stone dead with the customer's board. Alright. I'm going to designing instead of repairing. There's a lot more money in designing. How's it going, Jess? By the way, Steve and Rob both posted a link to Steve's channel in the chat on YouTube and on Twitch. Please check him out. Nice, Retro. Awesome, mate. Honestly, I'd love to be able to do something like an electrical engineering course, but I haven't got the qualifications to even get into it. Because I've got no qualifications, I wouldn't even get into an electrical engineering course. I wouldn't meet the prerequisites. I'd love to learn PCB design and stuff like that. Did the Xbox bleep? Not with this Southbridge board, no. Not with this Southbridge board. So this Southbridge board is faulty. A ton of theory. Have to teach yourself stuff like PCB design. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, real world trumps theory any day. Like, I've taught myself everything I know, like, with the help of others, obviously, but everything I know is self-taught. It's all stuff that I've researched myself, and, you know, I've sourced the information myself and stuff. I probably could teach myself PCB design if I had the time to do it. And to be honest, next year I'm going to be looking more into possibly getting more B2B stuff rather than actual customers, because it's less logistics. So I might have some extra time to be able to do that sort of stuff. Like, that would be nice to be able to learn PCB design and design my own products and bring my own products out instead of, you know, relying on everything else. Because if you're an electrical engineer and you know how to design products, if you don't have the tool, you make it, right? That's just the way it is. That's what I want to do. I want to be able to make tools that can not only help myself, but help other people as well. So I can take the money off them, of course. Thought I was subscribed to Steve B, but I wasn't. I am now. Fair enough. Better late than never. Working adult apprenticeship. Yeah, maybe. Draco, good evening, buddy. How's it going, mate? Digital PS5 with long blood. How many PS5s do you come across with long blood? Quite a few, mate. It's really impossible to say what could be the issue because it could be absolutely anything. You know, if you're not capable of doing the diagnostics and stuff yourself, I would recommend sending it in maybe to either me or someone else. I do have tools at hand now that can help diagnose lung blood and stuff. So maybe it would be fixable. It's hard to say though. But I don't charge a repair attempt fee if I can't fix it. As long as there's not been any prior repairs. But we come across quite a few. Not as common as 2-second blue light of death, but quite a few. They are getting more popular now. Or more common, rather. Right, so this is completely dead. I know it's a Southbridge board because I've isolated that. That's the entire point of having a working Southbridge board on hand, available, to be able to confirm that. Because even if it causes a 2-second blue light of death, sorry, not 2-second blue light of death, a beep on, beep off, thinking of PS5s again, you know, it still confirms where the fault lies. It still isolates that fault because of the sandwich design of the Xbox Series. So it just allows for a much quicker fault finding process. You know, I don't have to sit there fault finding the APU board because I know the fault is on the Southbridge board. So what I can do now is just run through some voltage rails and stuff like that on the Southbridge board and try and figure out the issue based on that. And I know I haven't got to worry about fault finding that board, because that board should in theory work. Nice, Retro. That's fucking awesome, dude. That is absolutely awesome, mate. I'm glad to hear that. That's a proud moment right there, buddy. It really is. Alright, so the good thing about this particular board is this is a V1 board. And the V1 boards have got the markings on them, which tells us where everything is. So like here, for example, 3P3FTDI, it's marked. Whereas on the V2 boards, they're not marked. Right, let's have a look at this quickly. I don't think it's to do with the Nexus connector. I'm going to check inside there because this has been opened. So I'm going to check inside the connector and make sure we've got no damage, just to rule that out. Nope, that looks absolutely fine. Don't see an issue there at all. So assuming my pins are okay, which they do look okay, but I'll double check them. Assuming the pins are okay, I don't think it's going to be related to the Nexus connector. I will double check those. Just because it's had prior repair attempts, if it had never been opened, I'll say prior repair attempt, it's been opened. If it had never been opened, I would never even look into that at all. But because it's been opened, I have to. I have to at least check it. Right. I am going to give it a visual inspection. By the way, that chip I was talking about, the one that's paired to the APU board, that's it. That chip right there, but it is incredibly sensitive to heat. Just saying. Rule number 1 with any repair though is visually inspect your board first. This is a common failure point on this particular circuit, this U40 on this particular board, and these NCP 1860s as well. They fail quite often. But rule number one is always visually inspect the board first, because it can save you a lot of time sometimes. If you see something like a burnt component or something like that, it can save you a ton of time in fault finding. So a couple of minutes just to give it a visual inspection, that's all you need to do. Now the reason that we call it a Southbridge board is because the Southbridge is on the back right there. Hey WC, thank you, buddy.
C4J gifted Retro Brewers subscription. C4J gifted a tier 1 sub to Retro Brew. They have given 43 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the kindness as always, buddy. Genuinely do appreciate it. Right, so I'm not seeing any blown components or anything on this board. So the next step is going to be to just check some of my test points, some of my voltage rails. I'll have a look at those in diode mode and just see if we've got any shorted rails. So for example the 3.3 volt, the 5 volt, that sort of stuff. Just make sure we've got no shorted rails on this Southbridge board. So I'll run through the test points in diode mode. So step number one is going to be to clamp my positive lead to ground. Red probe on ground for diode mode, as always. I'll read out the readings. And 3P3 FTDI, that's open line. I don't know if that's normal, but while it's turned off, I don't think it is, but that's open line. I don't think that's normal. So we might have a blown 3.3 volt. Uh, 5 volt is dead short. Oh, okay. 5 volt is dead short. That's why this isn't turning on. So if I go into continuity mode, we're dead short on 5 volt. Dead short on 5 volt, and that comes from this chip here. Thank you, Redis. I appreciate that, mate. Right, that comes from this chip here, the 5 volt U26. So it could be that, but 5 volt also goes to the Southbridge as well, so it could be that. The best way to do this would be to inject 1 volt into it and just see what gets hot. I think that's what I'm going to do. So if I just solder a wire to this onto the test point, bear with me. I'll just tin that. Solder a wire. Doesn't have to be a great connection, but as long as it's connected. So if I just set my bench power supply at 1 volt. And then I need to ground it. Bear with me. We get a whopping 5 amps of current draw there. 5 amps of current draw. Right. Okay. So that should be getting, that something should be getting hot there. It is not that chip. If I didn't just willy-nilly take that chip off. Right. Do we get fire? No. I haven't got my thermal camera to hand. Something should be getting warm there though. I think it's the south bridge. No, it's not. I thought I felt heat from the south bridge, but I can't. Right, where's getting warm? Ooh. Haha, there. There you are, you little bastard. Felt that. I did feel that. Somewhere here. There. Right there. There you are. I can see ya. I didn't spot that before. This is why visual inspection is important. That's going to be the cause right there. C306. If I just grab a little bit more IPA. Yep. C306 it is. C306 it is. Indeed. Alright. So now I'm actually looking at it, you can see a burn mark in it. Unfortunately, I didn't see that until now. So now if I flip the board around now and test this area, I'll just desolder this wire. Beep. And of course splatter solder all over the freaking board. Whoops. I'll just clean that up. That wasn't meant to happen, was it? There we go. Cleaning up that pad wasn't absolutely necessary, but whatever. So now if we test this circuit now, this 5-volt rail. So we have connection to ground. No short. No short. So that's why I didn't just willy-nilly take this off, because even though it looks like this chip would be the culprit, because this is where that circuit's going, if you follow this, like it goes through this chip and it goes up to here, but the wire's just there and they go through to another layer on the board, and that obviously, based on what we've just found, ends up there on C306. So if we test that now, we won't be short there either. Good. And we are still connected to ground, but we're not short there. Okay. Right. Well, is it going to be that simple? Yeah, but the problem is those caps can leak, whereas ceramic caps, as far as I know, can't. I think that's why people use them, I guess. I don't know. Right, let me grab a donor board. I don't want to be pulling caps off that board that I've got as a test board because, well, it works. So, why break it? Right. So, I'm going to grab, or at least I'm going to try and grab a donor board. I could read the schematic and actually figure out what cap it is, but it's kind of pointless because I haven't got any brand new caps anyway. I don't really stock them. I just use donor boards for everything. I know I've got a donor board here somewhere. There's one. Okay. Well, I just need to take this off its heatsink. There's only 3 screws holding this one in though. Right. Yeah, the console would work fine without it, but exactly as you was just saying about using the same as the manufacturer, you know, the designer. If you can replace it, if you've got the option to replace it, replace it. These are just going to be bypass caps, like these. The console would run absolutely fine without a couple of these in place. But if you've got the ability to replace it, replace it. If you don't have one, not a problem. It will work absolutely fine without that cap. It's just the best thing to do. Like Retro just said, it's good practice. If you've got the ability to replace it, replace it. But if not, it is just a bypass cap. It's not an issue. It's going to work absolutely fine. I could pull 5 or 6 caps off this line and it would still work. Just wouldn't be recommended to do that. The caps are there for a reason. There are 922 microfarad 6.3 volt caps on that line. Yeah, exactly. So 3 or 4 of those missing wouldn't really hurt it. But yeah, there we go. That should technically be working, theoretically. Let's find out. Let's find out, shall we? And yes, as simple as that. I know. It's nuts, innit? Plus or minus 20%, yeah. Indeed. I always use a donor board whenever I can, but you could throw any old 6.3 volt cap on there. Like, well, not, I wouldn't say any old. Like, it wouldn't matter if it wasn't an exact spec cap. They're not low ESR caps or anything like that, so it's not really that big of a deal, to be honest. But I'd rather replace it like for like if I can, and because I've got donor boards available, I've got that option, sort of thing. Between 10 to about 47 microfarad, yeah, pretty much, mate. Like, I'm not an electrical engineer or anything, but even I know that that cap being missing, it would work absolutely fine. You could probably pull 25% of the caps off the board, full stop, and it would work. There wouldn't be anything wrong, it would just run. Same as like MOSFETs and stuff like that. Like those MOSFETs on the APU board being in parallel, like all of those being sat in one line like that, is just for redundancy more than anything, and to load balance, basically. You know, balance the power across all of the MOSFETs. So you could leave one off, and it wouldn't be completely stable, but it would work. 4 months, thank you, Draco. I appreciate it, mate. Note to self, order RAM stencil. Setting up my own repair from home business. Awesome, mate. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. That is the ultimate goal of this channel, to share knowledge and stuff like that. I'm not, you know, I'm not a genius. What people, you know, how people think I am. I'm really not. But you know, if I know something, I'll share that. I'll share that knowledge happily with anyone. Going from a retro repair business to working as an EE. Yeah, that'd be awesome, mate. That'd be awesome. Well, I'd love to get into electrical engineering, don't get me wrong. It's just having the time to learn it. Like when I first started, when I wasn't doing like YouTube and stuff like that, it was easy because I had the time. Like, I had the time and I had the well, I didn't have the stress of running a business and stuff, but now it's like, yeah. You ain't a dumb wanker. I'm not stupid. I'm not saying I'm stupid. I'm not a genius like people think. Like I get it all the time. People saying, "Oh, you're a genius." I'm not. This isn't difficult stuff to learn. Like anyone can learn it. I've got no formal education. I dropped out of school when I was 12. It's just applying logic. Is there a RAM stencil that fits on the MIO jig? Yeah, as far as I know there aren't. As far as I know there aren't. It's a thick wanker. Ha! We do what we can. Indeed, mate. Did you ever find out that mystery chip was a few days ago? No. No, I gave up trying to figure that out. Right, okay. We are about ready for testing. By the way, I know it sounds stupid, but don't plug the power supply into the board while it's plugged into the mains AC. because these power supplies do not like the sudden spike in power, and they will shut themselves down and go into protection if you try it. Sounds silly, but they do. They really don't like being plugged in while they've got power running through them. They don't like the sudden surge, and the surge protection that's built into it will kick in. Okay, moment of truth. This is a customer's Southbridge board. So if this works now, it should stay on. Boom. Winner, winner. That stays on, it turns on, it works. Happy freaking days. One bad cap. One bad cap. That's all it takes. Just one dodgy cap. And there's your display. Yeah, buddy. She works. And there's FIFA. Did it have FIFA on it? Stupid motherfucker. Yep, FIFA virus caused it. Oh dear. There we go. Anyway, yeah, FIFA killed it again. Fucking FIFA. Oh dear. He does have FIFA fever, yeah. I'm not the console master, mate. I'm really not. Button it up. Yeah, this will get put back together tomorrow now. It's all good. Nailed it. It don't show links, mate, but if you drop me a message on Discord, I can give you some links. Ghost of FIFA Pass coming to get you. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. One bad cap, and that's all it takes to kill it. But yeah, that's a fairly easy and straightforward way of figuring it out. You know, it's always handy to have a working Southbridge board on hand, just to be able to isolate where the fault lies. If it turns on and then shuts back down, you know that your fault is on the Southbridge board. It just makes it so much simpler to actually figure out. So yeah, always handy to have a working Southbridge board. But the thing is, if you do need to do a Southbridge board swap, you can do by swapping that one chip. But obviously that's a lot more expensive. If I'd have just taken the easy route on this and just swapped the Southbridge board, which I could have done, instead of sitting there and trying to figure it out, it would have cost the customer twice as much. So this will cost the customer like £75 instead of 140, 150, because obviously a working Southbridge board ain't cheap. So it's always good to have one or two on hand. I've got about 4 or 5 on hand, so if anyone does need one, I can supply a couple. Easy money, yeah. Easy money. Yeah, it's as simple as isolating where the issue lies and then testing your voltage rails a lot of the time when you've got no power. If it's a beep on beep off, a beep on beep off, even though it's got power, is a lot more difficult to diagnose than a complete no power. Because a complete no power, you've usually got a primary rail fault. So, for example, you've usually got an issue with your 12 volt rail, your 5 volt, your 3.3. Your 1.1, your 1.8, they're generally not going to cause a complete no power unless they're dead short to ground. Because it's able to turn on without the 1.1 and the 1.8. They're needed once it turns on as a general rule. So they're used for example, supplying power to the APU and the RAM and a few other components. Whereas the main 5 volt rail, so for example, the main 12 volt rail feeds the 5 volt rail, The 5 volt rail feeds the 3.3 volt rail, and the 3.3 volt rail is what's needed to actually detect a button press. So there's a 3.3 volt rail which gets pulled down to ground when you press the button. So if you've got no 12 volt, you've got no 5 volt. If you've got no 5 volt, you've got no 3.3 volt. You have to go down in a line sort of thing. So yeah, there we go. So the 5 volt short was causing the 3.3 volt to be missing, which was obviously stopping it from turning on because it couldn't detect the power button press. Simple stuff. It's really easy. It's really easy. How is the coder with TV repairs? Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Is there a certain area that you inject voltage? It depends. Depends on the fault. Voltage injection's a tricky one because if you inject in the wrong place and you inject too much voltage, then you're going to be basically overclocking the shit out of the chips. You've got to know where to inject, and that just comes down to experience. Like, because I specialise in consoles, I know where to inject on all of these consoles. I know where to inject voltage. So, for example, what you realistically want to do is you never realistically want to go higher than your lowest voltage rail. So, for example, the lowest voltage rail that's connected to the 5 volt rail on the Xbox is 1.1 volt, which is why I always inject 1 volt. Because that way then if you have got a dead short between, for example, the 5 volt rail and the 1.1 volt rail, you're not injecting more than 1 volt into the 1.1 volt rail. So you've got to think of it like a path. Like the electricity is obviously going to be flowing through the 5 volt rail. And if that 5 volt rail is connected to a 1.1 volt rail, then it's going to flow through the 5 volt rail, through to the 1.1 volt rail. So if you inject 2 volts into that 1.1, then you're basically overclocking the shit out of the 1.1 volt rail. You're doubling the voltage, and that would cause major issues. So find out what your lowest voltage rail is and stick to a voltage below that. Where to inject? You have to inject on a shorted component to be able to generate heat. If the component's not shorted, it's not going to generate heat. So yeah, there you go. That's the simplest way of explaining it. Just keep your voltage low, stick to 1 volt if you can. If you don't see any heat from 1 volt, just test your short. Just test, for example, the 5 volt rail to the 1.1 volt rail. So you can do a continuity test and see if that 1.1 volt rail is dead short to the 5 volt rail. If it's not, then you can generally go above the 1.1, but you'd also have to do the same with the 1.8 and the 3.3 to make sure that you're not going to be injecting too much power into those lower rails. But yeah, there we go. That's done. Another console fixed. Hopefully another happy customer. This one took me a little bit longer to get to because I've been a little bit busier than usual. I'm not happy with how long this took me, so I'll probably knock like 10% off or something, but you know, it is what it is. Right, there we go. That's going to do it from me. Happy days. Dumb as rocks, you're talking Chinese. Game Gear's often need recaps, yeah. I've got one in at the minute. It needed a recap, but the customer also wants an IPS mod on it. Right, I am going to raid Mr. Computer Booter. It's 3 AM here. Just gone 3 AM. So if you're looking for some more content, Mr. Computer Booter will be streaming. Hopefully you go and check him out. Just go and say hi to him. Why can I not find Computer Booter in my channel list lately? There we go. There he is. Right, so yeah, if you're on YouTube, it'll automatically redirect to Computer Booter. On Twitch, I'm gonna raid his channel. Thank you all for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Thank you all for the support as always. Glad we managed to get 2 consoles working. And yeah, winner. So yeah, go say hi to Computer Booter. Tell him I said hi. and I'll see you all in the next one. A bit of awkward silence while I raid him. But yeah, thank you all. I really do appreciate it. Have a good night. Stay safe, everyone. Stay warm. I'll see you all in the next one. 5 seconds till we raid. Good night. Take it easy. Take care.